Hey everyone, Chris here, and welcome to my channel. Wow, I'm so out of practice. I just did my intro to my videos. That's not how I normally open these. Goodness gracious. I think it's because Restream has completely changed like their interface and it looks all different. So I was like trying to make sure everything was working and being unsure because it's like a 5-second countdown instead of a, oh, good. We're off to a great start. You can tell I'm a little rusty. Just a tiny bit rusty. It's been a hot minute since I've sprinted. I have had a long couple of months. I don't know if y'all have been watching my vlogs, but goodness gracious. I was sick. Stormy was, I don't know if sick is the right word, but Stormy was not doing great. Cloudy has a UTI and is being a stink pot about taking his meds. So that's great. And just, makes me oh so happy because I feel bad that I can't make him feel better, but he refuses to take his meds. Like he's just assumes I think he thinks I'm trying to poison him or something. Hello, Sue. How have you been? Hopefully a little bit better than me. Because like I said, I was sick. Stormy was, again, not sick, but not good. And then now I'm dealing with Cloudy. Also, that is not bugs. That is Rockstar. Rockstar and Cloudy have found the top of that. Oh, and Blitzy. So a bunch of people, like I never know which cat is going to be in the top of the cat tower. So you might see some different cats depending on who has decided to wander in. As for what I will be doing, I don't even know. I just need some help focusing. I have 2 books that I'm currently reading right now. I have the new, I don't want to say new because I think the second book in the series is in the living room. But this is like the new trilogy from Abby Jimenez. This is the first one. And I'm reading this for Books in Bloom for a sun on the cover because there's a sun there. And then I'm trying to finish up A Storm of Sisters. So it just depends on whether I want an audiobook or physical book. And how much focus I have. I'll probably start with the audiobook and try to get in the zone for reading. Hi, Chris. So glad to catch you on Sprints. Hope you're good. I'm reading The Poisoned Daughter by Sheila Masterson and Under an Endless Moon by A.L. Jackson. I'm doing much better now than I was in February. Or March, for that matter. April so far is better. Personally, real word-wise, dumpster fire. But personally not. I'm doing better. Hopefully you've been well too. I have missed my sprints. It was just it was one of these things where like I said, I was sick. And there was no way I was sprinting while I was sick. And then Stormy had his issues and he's got meds he's got to take. So we had to get into a schedule with that. And that took a bit because we had to figure out how to convince him to take them first. And then we got that smoothed out. And it was every time I tried to sprint or thought about maybe sprinting that day, something came up that just made it impossible. And by the time I got through whatever it was, I was just drained and didn't want to be on camera. But I'm here today, even though I was I'm really not feeling great about things because dumpster fire. But I think I need the distraction from the dumpster fire tonight, just in case. Say You'll Remember Me wasn't your favorite by Abby Jimenez. By that, I mean it was 4 stars. The newest book was 5 stars for me. Interesting. If I remember, so I read I think it's in the front. I read, the first one I read by her was a little mini story. Where is it? Maybe Life's Too Short. I don't know. I read a little mini story, and then I read with Bookstars Book Club, the Part of Your World, Yours Truly, and Just for the Summer. And I enjoyed those. I think they all got right around 4 stars. I don't know. When there's spice, I'm never going to mark a book 5 stars, and I now cannot remember whether it had spice, but I know I had issues with each of the 3 books that prevented them from getting 5 stars. I just don't remember what it was. Romance is not my favorite genre, again, because I'm very picky about my romances, and if they have spice, they will never, ever, ever get 5 stars because I don't need that in any of my books. So we'll see how I feel about this one. So far, it is. I'm 40 pages in, so I don't have much to say, but I'm intrigued because it feels like there's going to be a lot to this, and um, I'm curious to see what both of the characters go through and how they grow and change throughout the book. So far, I'm intrigued as I drop it on the floor. I went to toss it on my bed and it bounced. You're here. You had to get the baby to bed. Now she's nursing and hopefully going to bed. You need these kids to go to sleep. That is me at 5 in the morning when the cats are bounding up off the floor and onto the cat tower and across the bookcases. Glad you made it. Definitely need the motivation and distraction for sure. I need it. And I was telling you on Discord that, like, I know I would feel better if I did it. It was just forcing myself to actually start it. Like, I know by the time I get done with these sprints, I will feel better. It is just getting over that hurdle and the mental like exhaustion of going, like, you'll feel better. I know it sounds like a lot, but you'll feel better even though you're feeling low on spoons. You have 2 mysteries you're working on. Big Bunny Bump Off by Kathy Daly and Cliff's Clues and Conspiracies, number 40 by Tanya Kappas. Wow, that's a lot of books in one series. I have a few mysteries. Yeah, I do have a mystery on my. I was like, I think I have a mystery on my Books in Bloom TBR. And this is on Bun Bun's Springtime Adventure. So I doubled up there. Say You'll Remember Me wasn't your favorite either. Interesting. I'm very curious to see where I land on it. I mean, again, based just on like the trigger warnings in the front, it seems like it's going to have some heaviness to it. So I'm glad I'm reading this at the beginning of Books in Bloom because it means that I can save the Sunflower Boys, which is also going to be a heavy novel, more like towards the end, so I can space those two out. That being said, let's get into our first sprint and see how much we can accomplish tonight, regardless of whether that's reading or just trying to keep yourself from doom scrolling or, working on channel stuff, which I have been doing. Kelly's sprints have been great for that. I keep playing Kelly's morning sprints at like 2 in the morning to help me edit, and they've been helpful. And we'll see what we can get through in the first sprint. So let's kick that off. I will see you all in 30. How do we do? I'm now on page 90, so not a bad sprint. I think in this next sprint, I'm going to make some hot chocolate because I am cold. We had a nice spring weather, and then it went bye-bye. And we're back to chilly weather. It was spitting snow today. It was great. Let's see. And during that sprint, Omi came in. Hello, Omi. And Amanda said hi to Omi, and Omi said hi to Amanda. Nicole said hi to Amanda, Sue, and Omi, and said, Chris, nice to see you. Just lounging around right now, not sure what I'm going to do. It is nice to see you too, even though I have been seeing you on your own sprints on Mondays. I just haven't been talking. It has been a long couple of months. I was saying at the start of the first sprint, February is rough. Well, February and March are rough for me. February is my birthday month, and then March is my Graham's birthday month and my other mom's birthday month. So it's always like it's now like a rough couple of months, but I was sick, and then Stormy had some like medical stuff that we had to deal with, and we had to get him on meds, and so we're dealing with that and getting into a routine with that. And then Cloudy has a UTI, so we're trying to deal with that, and he is too smart for his own good. We can't get meds in him because we try the liquid, and it's like if he's eating and I scruff him, anytime he's eating, he assumes I'm going to give him meds. So it's like I just don't have the brain power to come up with like 20 different ways to snooker him. So we're trying to figure that out. And we've had some neighborhood drama. It's been a very, very long 2 months. And it was like every single time I went to sprint, when I felt like I had the spoons, something happened. And by the time whatever it was that happened or was going on was over, I no longer had the spoons. And then today the dumpster fire was dumpster firing so loudly that I was like, well, and you know, if things happen the way they seem to be going right now, and it doesn't seem like they actually ended up going that way, I want a distraction. So here I am. And Sue said hi to Nicole. You read to page 597 of The Poisoned Daughter and page 206 of Under an Endless Moon. Nice job, Patricia. You made it 19% into Heated Rivalry, 9 hours and 25 minutes left, and my current reading speed returns to the library in 12 hours. You got this, Amanda. I believe in you. And Amanda said hello to Nicole. You said left at your current reading speed. I figured that out. I followed you. You got this, Amanda. I'm not going to be with you for the 9 hours and 25 minutes. But I'll be with you for some of it. I think I'm going to do another sprint of Say You'll Remember Me because I'm enjoying it right now. So I might as well just stick with it. I have 7.5 hours left. And at my reading speed, that'll take me 2.5 hours, I think. You read 20 pages, and we'll read another chapter before going over to the other mystery. That sounds like a solid plan, Sue. Sorry, life has been rough, but let's distract away. Yes. It has been a long couple of months. And April, I mean, is somewhat better, but I went to the dentist on Friday for my cleaning, and I have to have a filling, which I knew was coming because I had to cancel it due to a snowstorm over the winter, and so I knew I was going to reschedule it, and that's at the end of August or April. Yeah, my brain's working real well. And then I found out that a root canal I have likely has some issues, so I have to get like 3D imaging to determine what we're going to do with that. So I'm like, just what I want to do. Go to a place where I have absolutely no choice but to take my mask off because they can't get in my mouth if I'm wearing a mask. Oh, just kidding. I forgot. I can't tell time. It returns tomorrow at 8. That's 24 hours, Amanda. Yes. You've got time then. Whew. Breathe a big sigh of relief. 9 hours in 24 hours is a little bit easier than 9 hours in 12. And you said that just as I was going to click on this one, you said, good luck, Amanda. And then, yay, Amanda, that worked out. It did. Now you just have to focus. And I know how hard that can be. And with that, it is time to get back to sprinting. I don't know why I paused that. I'm so out of practice here. This is what I meant to do. There we go. So I will see everyone in 30 with some cocoa and a little bit more of my book read. Hope you all have a good sprint. How did we do? I'm now on page 118. And I have my cocoa. Worst case scenario, you'll just have to throw your Kindle into airplane mode. But you want to try to push myself to finish it so I can move on to other reads. That sounds like a plan. Hopefully, these sprints are helping. And maybe, this is a big maybe I'll sprint tomorrow for a little while. I do have dynamite, so I can't sprint all day, but if I can get myself, moving and going and on at a time where I feel like I can sprint for like 3 or 4 hours, then we'll see. You just got home, but here, but likely lurking. It is good to see you, Phoenix. I am happy that you caught sprints. Say hi to Moto for me. Actually, speaking of that, because I know you love the kitties. First off, that is a rock star. Are you saying hi, Rocky? And then there are 4 of them. There's Cloudy. The kitties are all here. But he has figured out that the bed up there is nice. So Bugsy doesn't always get the bed on top of the tower these days. Amanda said, hey, Phoenix, enjoy the lurk. Yes. I have been enjoying lurking in Nicole sprints. Hello, Cece. How are you doing? You didn't do any reading, but I did play some Pokemon, which is always fun for me. Nice. The other thing I did, this is new. I was watching back one of Kelly's sprints because I've been using those. Oh, I woke up the gremlin. To focus and like using them to edit because I'm so behind. And the other person on Kelly's sprints, whose name I'm just blanking on, mentioned the Finch app. So I now have a little burb. I have a little burb. So I was checking in with that because I did some shoulder rolls during that sprint, and that's one of my oh, she came in, said hi, and left. That's one of my little tasks I have to check off. And one of my tasks is to edit 30 minutes every day. Unless I have nothing to edit. But the idea is if I edit 30 minutes a day, then maybe I'll get to the point, like at least 30 minutes. Maybe I'll get to the point where I do have days where there's just nothing to edit. It was really good, especially considering it's like chilly and has been chilly. And it feels more chilly because we had those nicer days. Let's see if it wants to tell me. It is 31 and feels like 24. I'm ready. Like the pollen is hitting. So if I'm going to have to deal with pollen, then at least give me warm weather. You read to page 250 of Under an Endless Moon. Nice. And Amanda and Phoenix said, hi, Rocky. I thought his head might pop up. It didn't. And all the other kitties. Yes. They're in here right now. I've gotten some cute kitty footage for B-roll for this week's vlog, so that's really nice. You have 32 pages to go in your book. Then you need to start Way of Kings. You totally miscalculated how much I need to read because Lone has 15 days left. That'll do it. So Omi, are you going to try to do our fantasy bingo? And Omi said, Rocky. Fennec said, yay, I get to see the kitties. Yeah, they all here. You've been in your own little world and avoiding the internet through some rough times, working your way back out into the world. That is fair. I have kind of been... Oh, wow. Did you all hear that? I don't know what happened, but Bugsy is gone, and Sailor was on her back, and y'all okay? Everybody's awake. You okay? Somebody did something that somebody didn't like, and it startled all of them. Whew. You tried using Finch, but it didn't work for me. I kept forgetting it existed even with the notifications. It feels like but I'm gonna try it because whatever works, right? You know, I try it and it doesn't work and I've lost nothing. So I'm gonna give it a go. Finch is so cute, but I had the same problem as Amanda. I'm gonna see. I tend to get really into things like that. So I also thought it would be more likely to work with them me creating like to-do lists, and writing them down somewhere and then trying to get to them because I think this gives me an incentive to keep doing them. You only read a little. You're holding your cat, Princessa. She's decided she wants to be a lap cat. That is nice. Rocky is becoming a lot more affectionate and wanting to like lay on you and curl up with you, which is really, really nice. You've never done our fantasy bingo before. You might look into it. I haven't either. And I'm just so upset. Like, I mean, you know, we don't have enough year-long challenges that we're hosting personally, so I thought I'd throw another one in there while also trying to loosely finish Herkiad. So I figured I'd give it a go. Thankfully, there is the Reddit suggestion section because boy did I need some help. I'm gonna try to film a video for it, and hopefully the books I've picked actually do hit hard mode because of course I'm gonna want to try to do hard mode. So, but again, it's hard because you're one going off somebody's recommendation and hoping they've got the recommendation accurate, and then two, you can't know for certain until you read like the book. Like if you haven't read the book, how are you supposed to know exactly what happens? You heard the commotion. Kitties, what are you doing? I have no idea. Everybody's fine, and then all of a sudden, something happened. Somebody got startled, and it set off like a chain reaction. You love how far Rocky Rockstar has come. He has come a very, very far way. Actually, he left. I don't know when he did that. I'm sure you all saw. Nah, we need more readathons. Haha. I totally don't need to read any of the monthly buddy reads. Well, the cool thing about our fantasy is I can guarantee you, if you read The Way of Kings, you have nailed the cat squasher hard mode for our fantasy because spoiler for my our fantasy, I have two squares where there's not a book in there. I just have an author name, and one is Brandon Sanderson and one is Aaron Hunter because it's like I'm definitely going to use one of their books here. I don't know which one, but one of them will fit for this prompt. And Phoenix said hey to Omi, and Omi said hey to Phoenix, and I believe that catches me up. So let's get into the next sprint so I can go check on Bugs and see if he's all right. I will see everyone in 30. How'd we do? I'm now on page 152. I'm quite enjoying this one. And I should, assuming things go smoothly, finish this one tonight. Not going to hit my page count, but that has been the story of April so far. But this is still like a 370 page book, so that's not a bad dent. I did read, I think, a little bit more of Storm of Sisters, but I got distracted by this last night, which was not on my TBR. But I had read the other two Christmasaurus books, so I wanted to finish this one. Let's see. Omi said, I will check out the prompts. I do think there's some, like, especially if you aren't going to try to do hard mode, where I think you'll be able to do a bunch of them relatively easy, probably with stuff you were already planning on reading. You read another chapter. Nice. As somebody, I think you were one of the two that said you had read this before. The leaf scene. If you remember the leaf scene, that had me chuckling. Which I think is vague enough that it doesn't spoil anything, but like specific enough that somebody who read it will know what I mean. I think this is going to be a 4-star read based on how things are going right now, right around there. I do like the way that Abby Jimenez like writes, the way things flow. And this one certainly feels different. Compared to other, like, I like the fact that there's like some serious stuff in here and like almost like something you can sink your teeth into. It's not just like a light fluffy romance. Not that there's anything wrong with those, and there are times when those are what I want, but in this case I like the fact that there's like some meat to this. Hi, you coming over? It's a Rocky. He's a rock star. Oh. Yes. And Jealous Man is coming. Did you see him? You didn't read anything that Sprint just doom scrolled, so reading through the break. I'm trying so hard not to. I mean, it's not as doom, unless something has changed, as I thought it was going to be earlier. But there was a really good, I think it's like a reskeet. I think that's what they're called on Blue Sky. Basically, I reposted it with somebody who had a good sentence. Thank God, Christ, but seriously, folks, we cannot continue to live like this. And yeah, so he is just going to keep doing the thing where we're in a constant state of uncertainty, confusion, stress, and tension, because this is what abusive people do, and the people who are in a position to address this are asleep at the wheel. That's how I'm feeling. You're curled up snuggling with Moto. I'm really glad you decided to sprint today. It's a nice way to come back from a bit of a break from the internet. I'm glad I decided to sprint today too. Y'all got me to pick up my book, which is not something I might, like, I don't know if I would have done that had I not been on here. Rocky Rockstar. Hi. We're all huge fans. And everybody is excited for Sir Callie and the Champions of Helston, the Rockies Rainbow Book Club pick. It's not as doom still. I just did a quick catch up on current events. I looked, like, I'm just scanning. I've been doing a very, very, very good job of not listening to the rantings of a madman and just kind of scrolling past it, because I'm like, if he says anything that is really important, I will see it hours and hours later. Like, the general, like, just give me the Cliff Notes version. What is the important parts of this that I need to know? And then I just scroll by him because I'm like, I can only handle so much of him. I truly can only handle so much of him, because the February and March were not easy months for me. Not just because of, the cats and me, but because of the fact that like my birthday is in February and my other mom and my Graham's birthday are like 3 or 4 days apart in March, it's just a lot because, well, they're not here. So yeah, it's rough. And then on top of that, like I said, I had the sinus infection that I feel so much better for not having. Like I finally took care of it. I don't think it's back. And then Stormy and all of his stuff. He's doing great, by the way. Like he just had a checkup recently. The first actually, where the vet was like, apparently very, very happy. We just continue to do what we're doing, and he doesn't need to go back until July. So that's really awesome. Like I said, I've been struggling over the cloudy thing. I've got to figure out what we're supposed to do there. Like, he's a pain in the butt. And then, I know I told Omi this, and I think I told Manda, but one of my nearby neighbors, so there's 4 people living there, and 2 of them have been on and off. I think they're off right now and are actually seeing other people despite the fact they still live with each other. One of them has a son who lives there, and then some other random person. And every time we turn around, it feels like there's cops and ambulances there lately. Like it's been this like whole soap opera next door. And I was putting the Easter baskets together, and we'd already had an ambulance and cop cars there while I made breakfast. So we thought we were done for the day, and then they showed back up, and it was like multiple ambulances, way more cop cars. So I'm like trying to put all of the crafts in the baskets, and like once I stop, I can't really stop because I'm trying to keep track of who's gotten what and whose basket is whose. And of course I didn't label them to start with. And so it was a very long like week. Like Sunday felt like a very long week. And I was going to sprint. Like I was like, I'll put the Easter baskets together. I put together Phoenix and Omi's Easter boxes with the intention of mailing them out on Monday so that they would get them before Easter, because this was the Sunday before Easter. And here I sit on Tuesday the 7th, and their boxes are not labeled. And like, then I was going to sprint that night, and it was like, well, by the time I got done with all of that, all I wanted to do was sleep. I'm pretty sure I took a decent nap too, because I was like, I am overstimulated. And then we ended up, because the cops sat there, which the only thing we can think of was they were keeping an eye on the house until they got like a warrant, because somebody else showed up and they were very clearly taking pictures. And then we watched their cat stroll out. And we know when he gets out, he comes here. So we figured he'd show up. I had to rescue him because he was going to go up a tree and chase a squirrel. And he ended up on our porch, and we were like not even sure anybody was going to come home that night. We didn't know, because we didn't know what was going on and whether they were even going to be allowed back in the house. But luckily the son did come back home and after work, and we had gotten confirmation from another neighbor that the son was going to come back home. So we were able to get the cat back in the house. But at that point, the cat had been on our porch for hours, and we were like trying to figure out what we were going to use for a litter box and all of that in case we had to keep him overnight, because it's not like he can come in the house. Because I especially don't want him in the house with like Stormy, because I don't know if that I don't know how healthy this cat is, and I don't want to risk the cross contamination of bringing in a strange animal. And it was a very, very long week. Very, very long week. I have the book already. I'm hoping I can at least read along, even if I'm not participating more. That is awesome. And according to the Reddit, if you read Sir Callie, will have completed one of the squares on the Our Fantasy bingo board on hard mode. Part of what pushed me over into withdrawal. Too much and really rough times and current events without loud too much. Yep. I mean, like I said, I talked to you and Omi, and I talked to Amanda, and you can literally see, like I said, you were worried that you had, I was telling you, you didn't miss much. Both me and Omi have also been pretty quiet lately. So I'm like, I don't think you missed anything crazy that like you needed to see. Because if you had, I would have either sent it to you directly or tagged you. And then like I got quiet with Manda too, which Manda can vouch for. Today is the toddler's birthday. Like, can we not do this at all? But especially on her birthday, I spent the whole day stressed out and on edge. Well, first off, happy birthday to the little one. You know, woohoo. What are they called? The things you blow and they unfurl. My brain has been struggling to pick up words. I was washing a dish and I kept looking at it and I keep forgetting the word for it. I know it right now, but I was like, the thing I make pancakes on, the pancake pan. The answer is griddle. But for whatever reason, when I'm like looking at it, it's like griddle is not a word that I have access to. So it's the pancake pan. So I'm imagine me blowing on one of those and throwing up confetti to celebrate the toddler's birthday. But I can understand how, like, on a day where, like, it is a toddler's birthday, so you're trying to, make the day special for them. It could be a little extra stressful because toddlers, and at least my experience with kids is sometimes things go awry and you're trying to make sure that everything goes perfectly so that they can have a good birthday. And then you've got this real life thing that you have to pretend is not happening over here, and you can't let the kids see. Like, it makes me realize just how often my parents probably were having really awful bad days, or had, knew really bad things, or felt really bad things, or were really stressed about, like, say, money or something. And it's like, they'd never let me know. So, yeah, I can imagine that wasn't fun. Like today should have been a day where you just got to focus on how great it was that your kid is a little, another year older, along with they're growing up way too fast. At least that's the sentiment I've gotten from the parents in my life of the little ones. You're so glad Stormy's me too. We actually had to order some more of his meds today. Like, my mom called because we're getting low on one of his pills. We're like, hey, we need some more PP pills for Stormy. And Phoenix said, Amanda, yeah, seriously, but happy B-Day, toddler, yes. And Amanda said, thanks, Phoenix. I'm so glad the kitty knows where to go when there's trouble, though. He knows the safe space. He does. And he's Siamese, so he talks. He'll talk to you. And it took us a minute to get him on the porch, too, because I think he was really, really skittish because of everything that had gone on. So it was like trying to coax him in so we could shut the door, because, like, literally when I shut the door on him, there was a bunny eating on the other side of my house at one of my feeders. And I'm like, I'm glad you weren't over on this feeder, because I did not want to see you and the kitty get into it. And we haven't seen them, but I know there's possums out there, and I know there's raccoons, and I'm like, I don't want him to get hurt by a possum or raccoon. So, like, it was a whole thing. Very long day. You think your neighbor has finally gotten past thinking I poisoned his dogs? Maybe. I would hope he would. I mean, I can understand in the shock of the moment, like, just lashing out at everyone, but you would think he would know that of all of the people, you'd be the last person. You'd be more likely to poison him than his dogs. I hope he is over that. Crazy he thought it in the first place. I mean, yes, but I also understand, like, the grief and the shock and all of that can make you be a little off. But, like, I would hope with time, and now that he's had time to, like, process, deal, not do instinctual things, that he would have realized that, again, Phoenix, I would have been, yeah. Now, if you told me he was poisoned, again, I could understand why somebody might think Phoenix did it. But the dogs, you are the last person that is going to harm an animal. Oh man, Phoenix, I'm sorry that you were suspected of that. That's so frustrating. It is very, like, they were telling me and Omi about it, and I'm just like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Also, whoever it is that poisoned your neighbor's dogs, fuck them. You can't think of that word either, but thank you. Thankfully, we celebrated on Saturday besides the presents we got her, so it was just opening those and hanging out. Well, that's good. It didn't ruin, like, your big birthday plans, and you weren't stressing out over, like, a party or something. So at least it was a more chill day where you had a little bit of better balance. Sending you hugs, Amanda. Happy birthday, toddler. Yes. You're running out of spoons, so might go quiet, but very happy to be in good company. I'm glad you were able to chat at least a little bit. I know how that goes. You just hated you couldn't be fully present because of everything going on and such. I bet you did a good enough job that they didn't notice. Again, I'm sure that there were times my parents were stressed about stuff and they just never let me see. Like, I feel like you are the type of parent, Mando, where like you're doing a good job at not letting them know just how worried you are. Amanda said, thanks, Omi. She's sleeping now. Nice. Hopefully she's having good birthday dreams. You miss my Coco Kitty, Siamese, chitter-chattering, talking all the time. Yes. Monkey talked all the time. A lot of our cats talk. I think I've talked about this, that they like to talk. I think it's possible because when Stormy went in with his issues, the vet said something about like this is common in this breed, and my first thought was, what breed? Generic mutt? But now I'm wondering, like, they have the bigger ears and all of them like to talk, so I'm wondering if they've got some Siamese in them, and that's why we have the cats with like the bigger ears and all of the chatter. Have you on mute while hubby and I watch a show, but still here. Nice. You're not going to hear this if I'm on mute, but I will tell you that I often have your Monday stream on, and I will leave the room and I will be out doing something like my dishes in the kitchen, and you'll be talking in the background. Like, I just leave it on once I get up, so it's always there. It's kind of like I'm hanging out and Nicole's in the other room and I can hear you talking, but like I'm doing my thing out here. Yeah, but that was Thanksgiving, only after like constantly having to contact him about his other pups getting out. And each time he'd say, don't poison them, as I was trying to keep them safe. That is fair. But like grief can make you do irrational things, and grief can take a while. So hopefully, like I said, he is coming to his senses and starting to realize, wait a minute, nothing Phoenix has ever done has made me think that they would truly harm another animal. They're very obviously distraught over, their animal. Like they go out of their way to make sure that, when they see my dogs, that I know that they're out. Like I'm hoping he's starting to put those pieces together. The reason I think he's finally over it, the last time he responded, thanks, a few hours after he'd sent one saying, don't poison them. Fair. It is also possible that the don't poison them was more of him, like, maybe trying to joke. I mean, I don't know him well enough to know if that's something he would do, but possibly. I mean, it's a bad joke if that's what he's trying to do, but possibly. I'm just glad that he seems to be moving past that, because that was that was hard on my end, because I was like, I don't want to like have to worry about what this crazy neighbor of yours is going to do in his grief, when I think, if, like I said, if he sat down and really thought about it, he would know that like that does not make sense. That's not who you are. I was and am upset about his pups. I like them. I've never even met them, and I'm upset about his pups, because seriously, fuck whoever did that. And for the most part, I don't swear on here. I try really, really hard not to swear in here, but I think that deserves a fuck whoever did that. Anywho, I'm going to get back to my book and stop swearing about, mean people who harm animals. And I'll unpause the timer. And I will see you in 30. How did we do? I'm now on page 205. I have 4 hours and 16 minutes left, which is 3 sprints. So like I said, should finish this tonight, which is exciting. I think that's what I'm going to do is 3 more sprints. Nah, he was going around telling folks I'm a poisoner. Maybe that will lead to more people leaving me alone. A silver lining? The joys of living in a very small town. Someone else's pups were also poisoned recently. Jeez. If that is the person who poisoned your neighbor's dog, double fuck them. If it's somebody else, fuck the person who poisoned your neighbor's dog and fuck this person too. 21 hours and 46 minutes into a 43-hour book. I need to listen until 23 hours to make my daily quota. And hello, everyone. Hello, text. Is this a book you're reading for Books in Bloom? I wouldn't think so, considering it already started yesterday. Like, it only started yesterday, so I would assume it's not for that. But it doesn't hurt to ask. I'm reading one of my Books in Bloom books. I have a son right there. You read 21 pages. Nice job, Sue. I have 2 kitties, Porky and Rocky. And Rocky is laying in a spot where he doesn't normally lay. That's different. And Phoenix said, hey, at text. Did you have a good laugh, text, about what I put in our special Discord today? I mean, I know you liked it with the cat and the hard eyes, but like, I also was like laughing at myself going, why brain? Why? Because of course, once I dreamed it, I wanted to do it. And for the handful of you that are here that aren't already in the know, Cielo's Curious Chapters is happening in May. We're hard at work on it. Things are happening behind the scenes. We're a little behind because real world stuff has just, kicked my butt, but we're working on it. Too tired to read, snuggling Moto, looking for something to watch and unwind. I've had a few nights like that. Some Blood on the Clock Tower has been great. That is my favorite thing to watch when I just want to unwind. No, I perversely saw that it was a book and just had it. No, I perversely saw that it was a book and just had to read it. Battlefield Earth, reading for the story, not the author or their background. Fair. I was like, I said, is this for Books in Bloom? And then realized that it didn't make any sense because, like I said, it only started yesterday. You laughed because aren't you already doing it this year? I mean, sort of. Sort of. But I don't know, just the way it played out in my dream was just really interesting, and it was very different to, what it is now, and yeah. And Tex said hi to Phoenix. I'm also avoiding napping, which is good because maybe I'll be able to go to bed before dawn. This whole falling to sleep thing is not easy. Not easy at all. I'm assuming this is about my idea. Could be about the book. Not sure which. I like the idea. I mean, if I was going like to do something like that, I feel like that would be an incentive. I might watch either Space Cases or Voyagers, old kid shows. It's also a good show. I like to veg out and watch Phineas and Ferb. Haven't done it in a while, but I do like it when I'm in that kind of a mood. I also, because I just read Mary Poppins, the book, I now really, really, really want to watch Mary Poppins. Because the book, in my opinion, is not anywhere near as good as the movie. We did a double feature last night of the 80s and 60s Little Shop of Horrors. Can't say I ever watch that. Hopefully you enjoyed it, text. And yes, about your idea. I mean, I think it would fit very perfectly, like, in the sense. Yeah, I'm trying not to fall asleep right now for similar reasons, but not sure I'll manage it. I just get so annoyed that, like, I can nap easy and I fall asleep so, like, just smoothly. And then I try to fall asleep at night and my brain's like, no. SIMP squirrels in my pants. Yes. That's a good one. I'll often be looking out the window and I'll go, squirrels, squirrels. And I like the cats, when there's nothing going on outside, I'll go, and we're watching and we're waiting on the edge of our seats, anticipating. I sometimes sing Phineas and Ferb songs out of nowhere. Well, Voyagers has a Phineas in it, lol. I will try out the one you just said at some point. I really like Phineas and Ferb. It's got a lot of catchy tunes. Little Shop of Horrors in 1860 was so bad, yet hilarious. So it sounds like you did enjoy your time. And Phoenix agrees. And on that note, let's kick off the next sprint. And I will see you in 30. How did we do? I'm now on page 258. This is cute. There's a lot of serious stuff in here, but it's cute. Perry is on your TBR shelf right now. I have a Perry blanket. It used to hang over my window. And then it's clean. It's just in my tote with my extra blankets. And then one of my favorite Christmas ornaments is I have Perry the platypus. Not regular Perry, but Perry the platypus. And he's wrapped in Christmas lights. I'm assuming Doofenshmirtz wrapped him in the Christmas lights because that's what it feels like. They have such great tunes on that show. They really do. You check it out, but your brain only wants familiar comfort stuff. That makes sense. Hopefully one day you do get to check it out because it's a really good show and is my familiar comfort show. You did well, relaxing and writing. Nice. And Nicole said, sounds awful, Phoenix. Yeah, it was not a good situation. Those EVILBOYS. Yes. I love that we're all Phineas and Ferb fans here. Wow, just realized I was way behind. My video paused. I swear all I said made sense at the time. It happens. My cat food order arrived, so I dealt with that. We were out of kibble, so I filled everyone's bowls. Finished another chapter, though. I accidentally missed the fact that Chewy had sent me an email that my cat food order, like my auto ship, was coming due. Missed skipping it, so now we have way more dry cat food than we need because we weren't really low on anything. Oops. Page 520 of 1083. You're getting there. And Phoenix sent an emoji. I love that Evil Boys was sung that way due to Candace's allergies. It was really cool. It was really cool. They are a very, very creative group of people. Because I mean, obviously the writers, but like props to the voice actors and the way they bring those characters to life and how creative they are with making those characters feel alive. 10 pages left. Yay. I have a little more than 10. Just a smidge. Let's see. About the author. 357, and I'm on page 258. So like 100 pages left? 99? I'm going to finish this tonight. Like I have less than 3 hours left in the audiobook. I'm listening to it at 3 times speed. That means it's 2 sprints. I'm planning on doing 2 more sprints, so it should be perfect. I love Phineas and Ferb. I haven't seen the newer episodes yet. I don't know if they've released more. I know I watched the first batch. If there's a second batch, I haven't watched them because I canceled my Disney Plus subscription when they tried to when they yanked Kimmel. The only thing I have a subscription to right now, streaming wise, that I actively pay for is Netflix, and that's because my dad likes to watch it. And I mean, technically, they pay for it, so like, I help them do it because it's easier than arguing with them. But I get HBO Max through my cable, and I get Paramount Plus through my Walmart Plus subscription. I think I can get Disney Plus through my cable. My cable has like a bunch of streaming services you can get because you have cable. You'll attempt to start Way of Kings, but we will see how my brain functions with it tonight. I love the first one. The second one I read while my brain was in a bad spot, and I don't think I enjoyed it as much because my brain just was not in the right state to be reading it. But it was what the dice rolled because I read the second book during Ramathon, and I was just rolling a dice for everything. So that didn't work great. And that one really, really got me when I was reading it because the voice narration is done by the same people that do Wheel of Time. So there were times when if I wasn't completely focused, I felt like I was reading Wheel of Time again, and I was expecting Rand to pop up, which is like, Well, if any of your cats need a break from monthly readathons, mine just volunteered. I have something going almost every month. Like, I think I have like 1 or 2 months where like stuff doesn't line up, and I have like a month where I don't have a readathon and I don't have the book club, which is fine. I like doing them. I just wish that I had realized that April was coming and been able to start planning for Cielo a little bit sooner, but I lost track of time. I was looking over the summer prompts too, Omi, because I'm like, I would like to get that done like by the end of April. I want those finalized so I have everything I need to do, and I can just film that video whenever I want in May. That is fair. I have Disney through my sister. You never use it though. I don't use them either. Like I very well, I shouldn't say that. I use HBO Max to watch wrestling because AEW is on HBO Max, which is why I have the HBO Max set up. But I don't really use them. Like I don't watch TV. I had that, and then I canceled it when they did the ridiculousness with Kimmel out of protest. And then I found out I could get HBO Max through my cable, and I'm already paying for cable, so I might as well use the free subscription that I'm getting through my cable because we're already paying for cable. Yes, much cheaper. Yeah, it was supposed to be an alternative to cable, and it's now like, well, they were pointing out like to watch the NFL season, you have to have like 12 different services, and I know baseball is the same way. We'll have games that we don't get, and my dad will get really annoyed because I'm like, we pay all of this money to have MLB extra innings, and then there's just some games that we can't watch because they're on a streaming service, and it's very annoying. And it was like streaming was supposed to be the alternative to cable, and now to watch all of the streaming services with all their different shows, it's almost as expensive as cable. Cheaper than what our cable bill was. Oh, my cable bill is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's so expensive, and it just keeps going up. But unfortunately, I don't need cable. I would not need cable. I would not have cable if I had the option. I don't use it. However, my parents do. They watch, I think between them like 12, 18, somewhere in there, like 12 to 18 channels mainly. And that they need to have those channels. So, because all my parents do is watch TV. My mom will read and watch TV, which I don't know how she does. And my both of my parents will work on like crosswords while watching TV, and it's on all the time. My TV is never off unless it like my mom's asleep and it turns itself off while she's sleeping. But otherwise, my TV is on. Well, not my TV. The one in the living room is on all the time. And so much of it is Fox News. So even when I want to avoid the news, I can't avoid the news. That's good, at least text, yes. Cable is extremely expensive. You pay for Discovery because cooking competitions are my comfort watch. Fair. The no ad tiers are ridiculous in my opinion. Yes, they're extreme, like way, like so expensive. I'm like, I'd rather just watch ads. But two to that is that I know there are certain shows that you can watch on the no ad tier and still get ads because there's certain shows that like the ads are required. Ridiculous. Anywho, let's unpause the timer so we can get into our second to last sprint. And I will see everyone in 30. How'd we do? I'm on page 310. And whoa. I'm actually really enjoying this one. I know a couple of you were saying that you didn't enjoy it as much as some of the others, but I'm actually really enjoying this one. Fox. Yikes. Yes. Yes. It's on right now and I'm trying to tune it out. Hello, Jay. How have you been? Text said hi to Jay, and Jay said hi to Text. You hit your quota. Nice. And now the tricky part, what to read next. You just read Bilbo's Last Song, book 4.5 in the Middle Earth series. That literally took 3 minutes to read. It twice. It's a poem and song. Yeah, that is a very quick read. You finally got to 50% in your cozy mystery. Nice. I've got to be up in the 90s. I have an hour 18 left. Oh no, I'm at 87%. And like I said, I have an hour and 18 minutes left. So you fixed yourself something to eat and took a quick shower. Nice. Productive sprint. What am I reading? I am reading Say You'll Remember Me by Abby Jimenez. And I'm really enjoying it. You've been busy. You're on spring break from teaching, which means my hours have increased at my library job. I was like, you just got home from work. You're a teacher. What? That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I just had a rough couple of months. I was sick. Stormy had medical issues. Cloudy has a UTI and is too smart to take his meds. My birthday was in February. My dead grandmother's birthday was in March. My dead other mom's birthday was in March. So it's just a bad 2 months in general. And then earlier I mentioned, this will be in my vlogs if you watch those, assuming I ever get them out. The neighbors, there were cop cars and ambulances and all sorts of fun that ate up an entire day, which included having to keep an eye on their cat on our porch because he got out because of the cops, and then not knowing if somebody was going to come home. It's been a very long couple of months. 15 pages of Way of Kings and finish the other book. I will say so far, this is moving faster than the other Sanderson we have read. The Way of Kings does, it sucked me in very quickly. Very quickly. Which is interesting given that it is like this thick and all of the other books are just progressively thicker. But when you finish that book, you will have finished your cat squasher prompt for the hard mode for the R Fantasy Bingo board. Just keep looking at it that way. I really, really cannot wait to finish this book. I want to know how things are going to wrap up. I have questions. I'm quite enjoying this one. I was a little nervous because, like I said, a couple of you were like, I didn't enjoy this one as much. And I'm like, oh no, does that mean I'm not going to enjoy this one as much? And no, it's working for my brain state today. So that's great. I've been reading a lot of middle grade, though, between middle grade March, middle grades that I probably would have read in April anyways, and middle grades I rolled over from middle grade March. So maybe having an adult romance was exactly what I needed. Eating might end up crashing out after so tired. That's fair. But you'd only be missing saying goodbye because the next sprint is the last sprint. I have no idea how long this book is going to take me, haha, but I will try or end up getting my own copy. I'm assuming then that you're not listening to the audiobook, or are you? Because again, the audiobook narrators are the same ones that do the Wheel of Time series. And they're really good. It's just, if I'm not completely focused like I was with book 2, there were times I kept expecting characters from Wheel of Time to pop up. Which is very weird. I've done that before with other books. I think this exact audiobook narrator too. Yes, Bilbo's Last Song has horses on the cover. Year of the Fire Horse Reading Challenge. Well, that makes it easy. What an easy way to complete the challenge. I like when I can do that. Let's mark this on so we can go into our final sprint. I'm going to go finish my book, and I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I finished my book with 5 minutes to spare. 4.5 stars. I really, really enjoyed this one. I think, let me just check. I think this is the highest rated. No, I gave Just for the Summer 4.5 stars too. Yours truly got 4. Part of Your World got 4.25. Just for the Summer got 4.5. And The Fall Risk got 4. So this and Just for the Summer both got 4.5. No audiobook. The ebook hold came in faster. There is no way I could ever read a Sanderson book as an ebook. It's not a thing that'll happen. And man, you need to have better libraries. I'm surprised because it is not taking me long to get the audiobooks, and that is surprising to me. You don't think it was a bad book. You just liked her others better. You think you gave it 4 stars. That's fair. This one just works better for me than her other ones. And Text said, all right, I'm going to take off. Have a good night, everyone. And thanks for sprints. Well, thank you for joining me, Text. Hubby is sleeping, so I'll have to maybe mute and miss the end. Night all. Thanks for the sprints, Chris. Thank you for joining me, Nicole. Phoenix said, thanks for the great company. Night all. Night, Phoenix. Thank you for joining me. Sue read 9 pages and noticed 2 of my audiobooks came in from the library. That's exciting. Hopefully you have time to read them and it's like good timing on the library's part. I often get holds and it's like, great. Don't have time to read these right now, but great. So hopefully the timing is working better for you. I think I had a pretty successful sprint. I finished this book, which I definitely wouldn't have done had I not been on sprints. I enjoyed the book, which is even better. And I feel better. Like I knew I was going to if I actually, sprinted. So I'm really glad I did end up sprinting. I may be back tomorrow, even though I have wrestling. So I can only sprint to like 7-ish. So we'll see how that goes. It depends, like I said, how my morning goes and whether I can actually get on here so that we have like 3-4 hours or so. But thank you all for joining me. I'm going to wrap sprints up here. Oh, whoa. 2 more comments just came in. Hang on. You finished a cross-stitch project and made it to 31% of your mystery thriller. Nice job, Jay. Well, thank you, Sue. I did. And like I said, just because you liked this one less than I did, like you said, doesn't mean it was a bad book. It just meant that this book was written more to the way I like my romances, and her other books were written more to the way you like your romances. Nothing wrong with that. Anywho, thank you all for joining me. I'm going to wrap sprints up here. I have to go give Stormy his meds, so I will see you all again soon.